Shelley, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Here.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
Present.
District 3, Councilman Leatham.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles is excused. District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Gameros.
Here.
We have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shelley. Shelley, can you lead us in the invocation, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for you, and we ask that you bless this meeting, Lord. Father, we pray for healing of this nation and protection for all who are fighting on the front lines of crisis. We ask that you bless each person in attendance tonight and the families that they represent, and we pray that decisions made this evening represent thoughtfulness for this community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Jesse, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with a summary of current events, but first I just want to remind anybody that's on YouTube with us, if you want to make any comments, to please go to council@globeaz.gov, or you can call a cell phone at 928-200-0154. And Mike, we'll start with you down there.
Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to discuss today. I'm just hunkered down, waiting out the whatever it's called.
Thank you, Mike. Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have a couple things. I wanted to congratulate Pretty Kind Boutique on their grand opening this Friday, and those businesses around town that have gotten able to open up their doors for dine-in while following those guidelines to keep everybody safe. That's all I really have. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Fernando?
I don't have too much, but I know that the Chamber is offering some training for nonprofits, so members of nonprofits or somebody that wants to work on a nonprofit. It's I think there's 3 different classes, and I know Jesse was sending out the information to our Cobra Valley Youth Club board. But it'd be a good opportunity for anybody that would like to know more about the legalities of running a nonprofit and your responsibilities and obligations and how to do it, best do it. So just thought that was a good thing the Chamber was offering, and there's no cost to it, but I don't know what the limit is, but you might want to call them if that's something that you're interested in. And that's it.
Thank you, Fernando. Freddie?
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I meant to bring some information, and I don't have it with me, but I will on the next meeting. But I was asked to sit in on a resolutions committee by Mayor. This is a annual committee with the leagues and cities, where certain items of interest are brought to the table to see if the leagues or if the cities would push forward any resolutions to the state level for considerations of laws and ordinances and things like that. So the paperwork that I did have to talk about it, I left it at home, so I apologize. But I will say that all the resolutions passed. So at the next meeting, if I could, Mayor, I would like to come back and talk about those.
Thank you. And Freddie, thank you for sitting in on that. I had another Zoom meeting I had to be on, and thank you for sitting in on that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Resolution. Mike?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few things. First of all, I'd like to keep safe during this COVID season. Things are starting to open up slowly. I heard that Globe High School is actually going to open up on the 21st of September, so which is a good, positive thing that we're in the right direction. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for keeping up on all the numbers. Things, like you said, are going well. I'm still social distancing at the restaurant. Couldn't ask for more. Like I said, everybody's participating. I would have to say I was at, I think it was Circle K actually. Only about 50% of the people were wearing masks though. So it's kind of backing down, it seems. So I think we want to keep that up and until we are. I know the numbers are way down after talking to you. So just keep up the good participation, and I'm actually proud of everybody that is participating, so thank you for that. And then just want to wish Councilman Pastor a happy 39th birthday.
Thank you, Mike.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, just echoing what Mike said, yeah, the numbers have been coming down, especially in our community. I track the state numbers, but I also track mainly our Globe, Miami, and Claypool community, and we've only had 3 positive cases in about a week and a half in our area, reported cases, which is amazing and great. And yeah, we are still in our proclamation with mask mandates, and I thank all the residents and the business, the organizations that have continued to abide by that, because, you know, if it takes that little bit to bring our numbers down, then it's worth it in the end. So thank you very much. The transit buses are back in town now, so I'm going to try and arrange, if we can, at the next council meeting, if they can bring the bus or the van here so we can see the color configuration and the lettering that they put on there, the new buses. They send them to the valley, and they are back. And Mike mentioned that Globe High School will start on the 21st, so we have heard a request that from the principal, Jerry Jennings, that a couple of students will be painting the G orange again. So, and I think it's time. I think the council was, I really appreciate all of the council and us at least sending a message out there when this whole virus started about unity and hope, and I think it's time to turn another page, and if we're opening the schools, I do agree with them, if all of us do, that it should be painted orange again. So that will happen in the next couple of weeks. A couple of more things that are going on. You know, Mr. Larry Brown passed away here a couple of weeks ago, and the Arts Commission is working on an art walk. It's going to be in October, and again, it's going to have a plan in place with social distancing. I don't know how it's actually going to play out, but they'll display all this artwork that he has done throughout his years. Some other things that are going down, again, all these are contingent upon our numbers staying down and a plan in place, and our city COVID team reviewing all these, but they're talking of a downtown Saturday night event, a shop local event, and that's in the early part of October. And also the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts, they're working on an auction to open up a grand opening, and also it'll be the grand opening of the Naughty Fox and the Turn the Page that are going to be, I guess, putting their business in the Center for the Arts. So again, contingent on our numbers. We had Labor Day this weekend. Let's see how that goes, and then see what the COVID team, our city COVID team, really approves in our special events. So we'll see how it goes from there. And that's all I have, Paul.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, Freddie, go ahead.
if I could, I found those notes on my computer, so
Okay.
can I speak on those? All right, thank you. I'll be quick with this. So again, the resolutions committees, there was 4 resolutions. The first one was support legislation requiring cities and towns to accept counselor ID cards as a valid form of identification. Basically, what this counselor card is, identification for undocumented people that come to the United States and do business in the United States and work. This council card would help these residents perform banking businesses within the United States. I don't know all the legals on this, but apparently they have difficulties banking in the United States without these consular cards. So that resolution, there was a lot of discussion, and it narrowly passed. So I'll say that. The next one was support legislation that follows ordinance imposing a penalty, fine, forfeiture, or other punishment to be posted on the municipality's website and published in a paper of local circulation instead of posting in 3 or more public places. Some of the bigger cities had issues with this because of the magnitude of publishing in 3 different places and the costs were substantial enough that they asked and proposed that this resolution be put on the table, and so that passed as well. The third one is allowing government bodies to use any newspaper printed and published in their county for public notices required by state law if the newspaper has circulation within the city or town. Again, this affects cities and towns where Some of the newspaper publications aren't readily available or handily available in their communities, and so they need to sometimes outreach to county papers and things like that. So in short, that's what that was. That one passed. And the last one, Mayor, is establish a state affordable housing tax credit. This was a big one for a lot of people, a lot of mayors and within a lot of cities, big and small. They feel that this helps energize and create affordable housing, more affordable housing by providing these sorts of tax credits to development so that there's not such a burden on the home buyer. And that one passed unanimously by 93%. So those were the resolutions, Mayor.
Thank you, Freddie, and again, thank you for sitting in for me. And the reason I asked Freddie is that he had to do it for me last year because I wasn't able to do that, and it's in the middle of the week, and it's a 3-hour meeting, and I know with everybody's schedule, busy schedule, it's really difficult, and thank you for making time for you to do that, because I'm also part of the risk pool board, and we had a 3-hour meeting too, board meeting that I had to attend that day also, so thank you again.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a quick update. I know that it's still census time, so don't forget that. There's still some time left. I don't have too much. There's a light agenda, at least on the front end, and too much because I did enjoy a week-long vacation last week and tied it into Labor Day. So that was fun. Just kind of a stay home, but we did get a chance to go out to dinner a couple times and just do things around the house. And so it was fun just to not think about work for a while. And then the only other thing is our condolences go out to Chief Walters and his family for the loss of his stepmother who passed last night. And she was a big influence in his life from early times, and so we send condolences, and Shelley, I know we'll do something for that. So, and I know that AJ is around here somewhere, but he's got full control. Oh, is he back there? He snuck in? There he is. Okay. AJ's got everything under control.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we go to community call to the public, and again, this is a time where the community can use the council at globeaz.gov or call in at 200-0154 for an opportunity to speak or make comments. Utilize that number and that website throughout our meeting. This is a time when you can speak, and you're limited to 3 minutes. We cannot respond to you, but we can direct if it needs to be. Is there follow-up with it? Do we have anybody, Shelley or Daniel? Nobody? Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, to the public, if they would like to speak to an item, the best avenue is to text the council cell phone, and then let us know you want to speak, and then we will call you. The city will call that person at the right time.
Okay. And just a reminder now, more than anything, is we need to speak into our mics, because sometimes when they're online, they're having difficulty hearing us. Apparently, is what some of the complaints were. So make sure we're speaking into the mics when we do. So we go to special presentation and ceremonial matters, and staff will provide a COVID-19 update to council and discuss possible phases to reopen city council meetings and Besh Begawa. Paul.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have been, like I say, we've been meeting once a day, about half an hour in the morning. One of the things that we looked at and didn't get a full-blown phase out for Besh Begawa, but I think we're putting together a plan to reopen Besh. The comment from the COVID group is, it's like a small store. You can do social distancing. People can wear masks. They can come in. The ruins have always been open. They're outdoors, and everybody can come and do that. But I think it's getting close to time that we can allow people back into the museum and into the gift shop. And so we're going to bring forward a phased plan that represents what the standard, what a small business would have going. What's unique is we're going to separate the phased opening of the museum from the phased opening of the ball fields. Traditionally, has been museum staff that has managed opening up ball fields, making sure they have the plugins for the bouncies, turning on the lights and things like that. And one of the things we've said to those people doing, wanting to rent the fields is, we have concerns about COVID, but the staff has been dispersed at the museum, and we don't have, and so there's no staff to deal with that. We're going to look at also at the same time bringing open a separate plan or recommendation about how we handle the ball fields. We still have concerns over adult softball just because on some of the social distancing and there's alcohol permits involved and things like that. But we don't want to say because we have concerns about the ball fields that we're going to hinder the museum. We didn't get that together this week for this plan, but in 2 weeks we'll bring something back and kind of talk about both those issues. So that's on the half of Besh. But from the conversations we have, Besh I think is time and ready to go. Ball fields, we'll talk. The second one is this meeting, this council meeting. This City of Globe was cutting edge and going virtual meeting very quickly. You've all been very gracious about taking and coming here and staying separated and making sure that we had the meeting time and availability so that we could pass those things that need to be passed and get the direction from council. We have had other meetings like Board of Adjustments, the P&Z, where we've had in-house meeting where we brought limited people in. I'm trying to think of the big one that we had. We had a number of people in here. I think we can do some safe social distancing and talking with the COVID team. If we lay out and we may do a every other row, kind of like the movie theater's doing, but get the spacing in and make sure that people can sit distance from each other. But we probably need to have a staff member helping people in. And how do we decide who gets in? We invited a guest who had a concern about an issue on the agenda, so he's masked up in there. I think that we allow anybody who has a stake in an item should have that advantage to be in here, but also anybody who has a desire to want to equally speak for that item. And so we kind of need to work out. I would think that if somebody wanted to do a speak to the public, we could modify our format to where you could email and say, I'd like to speak to the agenda item in person, and we can allow them in as well as allowing guests in who have a stake in these items. And then at that point, how do we allow the general public? And I believe first come, first serve is probably the fairest method to do that. But this is the council's meeting, and I just wanted to ask all of you your thoughts about is the time right to allow a limited number of the public in? I think COVID team believes if you can do successful distancing. And then and the protocol for people, and then just realizing that we'll bring a staff member on to kind of make sure people are seated and know the issues, and if possible, we may have to stop somebody from coming in saying we're full. Comments or thoughts about this?
There's a 50-person limit to gatherings,
50, yes.
so that's where we would.
Well, we would. The bigger thing is half of your seating capacity.
Oh, okay.
I think, and I meant to count these.
I think we have 96 seats.
Do we have 96? I don't.
48 on each side.
Yeah. So then I think we were thinking about 25, which would be under half. But if you go person empty, person empty, and then stagger it or even wipe out the row, and now family members, people who are close contacts naturally should be sitting together. So if there's somebody with 3 members of the family, they should be able to sit right together. But I know that Bobby Hollis was talking about doing every other row, and that might be a good model to do with the theater style, so that no one sits directly behind somebody inadvertently. And so that would limit it down to, so we'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, basically 8 rows, and then basically 3 people a row, so 8, 16. 24. I think that's how I got to 24.
How would you put, sorry, Mr. Mayor, how would you put somebody in the middle of the row without them having to cross in front of somebody else to get out if they had
Well,
to get
in
out?
the, so you'd have people sitting here and people sitting here, but yeah, if they had to get out, that's a good question. I think we'd have to do like the airplane, and somebody'd have to stand up. So,
2-1, 2-1.
so maybe it's just two, yeah, well, that, 2-1 sounds good. So each end, the middle, and then everybody has access. I think that would be, I like that.
78, not 96.
I
I counted one extra row.
Okay. I was not checking your math. So I think 2-1 is a good. And then,
Go ahead, Freddie.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So that's good for the social distancing. What other items would you consider? Maybe temperature checks, hand sanitizers available?
I
those
would think
kinds of
that,
things?
I think we'd have hand sanitizer and masks available to anybody that wants that. To me, I think temperature checks a little bit intrusive if we're doing social distancing, but I don't know. Yeah, it's very common. I mean, I can't remember where I was going. Well, a couple of doctor's appointments, they always do it to you, and we have the hover, you don't have to touch. And so we could do that, and I have no problem with that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, at what point does that become a HIPAA violation? Does it become a medical record if you write it down?
Oh, no, we don't,
Or you just scan it to
Scan it
see
and
what
let them
the
go?
temperature is, and if it's over.
yeah,
do we
You
and
gotta do that with the
Or do we
students
just
in the
ask them-
college. That's one of the,
Or are we just asking them questions when they're coming in as to, have you been in close contact? Have you had any symptoms? And if not, come in then.
see, I would think that the questioning would be a little bit more intrusive than just the temperature check, because people, the questioning can get, you get, well, I think it's awkward. But the temperature check, if someone did hit I think 100.4 is what we consider a low-grade temperature, we would send them away, and just out of health reasons. So I don't know where council feels on the intrusiveness of that, and whether other meetings are doing temperature checks yet or not. But that might be something, Shelley, you could put on your clerk blog and see if anybody's doing the temperature checks.
Yeah, my comment is I think there's questions that we should ask as they come in. I think one of them is if you had a fever or been sick in the last 72 hours, if you had a COVID exposure in 14 days, or if you're under quarantine from the health department for 14 days, you're not allowed in the building. I think obviously a temperature change or check would be an additional precaution. The other thing is that, are we going to, in all fairness, limit our staff from coming? Should they be on Zoom or be watching via video and leaving these seats open to the public?
Yeah, no, I mean, that, depending on the issues, we can easily, ask staff to appear through Zoom. There's no problem there. And most items are pretty well handled through Zoom. So we could open up some seating that way. And, or, put them in the back, but we still got to be careful. I mean, usually you have Jerry and Jeannie in the back, and then PD and Danny, so that pretty much fills up the back. But if we had a hot item and we had a lot of people that did want to attend, we definitely could. I mean, even if we had to move staff into the offices and have them appear from Zoom within City Hall, we could, to clear spaces for that. So if that's, so we have temperature check.
Interviews. And we got to be very careful too, at least we're up here and we're demonstrating that we're 6 feet apart and we're not taking our mask off. But if you're talking about putting people less than 6 feet in distance together, then we need to be very careful that masks should be worn throughout the meeting. But we're going to have to figure out, do we have 6 foot distancing between how we configure the
And I think that would be the job of whoever the staff person that's going to be ushering people in and making sure and saying, hey, let's look at it. If you have a whole line of people that are all close contact, you couldn't put anybody in the second row. And so I think that would take some monitoring to piece the people together to get it right, in order to, and then say that it's full. But my expectation would be that any non-related or non-family units would be 6 foot, that we wouldn't allow anybody to sit intentionally within 6 foot of another group. And that lessens the danger of having, the interviews and the temperature and things like that. But yeah, let's make sure that we keep a 6 foot distancing in the seated audience.
And masks are going to be mandatory?
Until you're seated. And then when you're sitting there, you're 6 foot apart, but when you get up and get around or leave or come to the podium, that's when you'd have to have a mask.
I think it's a great idea, Mayor. Actually, it's time to open up. So let's see if the schools are opening up, museums, and everything else. Let's try it. See how it does. There's times too when we have a council meeting, they're only 50% capacity anyway. So I'm sure the public would like to come back and join us.
Yes.
So I'm all for it.
Fernando, you have any comments, questions?
No, I think it's okay. We have to manage it. We have to deal with how do we figure out who should be in and who shouldn't, if we get too full, but I get all that. I'm not worried about it being a HIPAA violation because we're not procure of health information normally, and we wouldn't be reporting that to anybody or sharing it with anybody. We would just screen them as they come in. If they have a temperature, we say, sorry, our criteria is can't have a temperature. And if you've been exposed to someone in the last whatever number of days or whatever's on the survey, I don't misinforming us, but at least you do your due diligence. At least you ask. That's the responsible thing to do. So, but I think a lot of people are tired of being quarantined, but that doesn't mean it's safe. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it sounds like we have direction to, and we can move this forward at the next meeting, and we'd advertise limited seating. We guarantee 6 foot separation with someone to walk everybody to usher in. What was going to say then, temperature checks, no touch temperature checks, and we would refuse to anybody who did hit over 100.4. It would be first come, first serve. Although if somebody did want to email early, they could guarantee a slot that way. And we'll see what kind of turnout we get. We can definitely scoot staff out if we need to. And then the questions would be, what are you in quarantine? Have you been exposed? And what, Mayor, how did you
In the
support
past
that?
14 days.
Just get the ones from the hospital.
Yeah. Well, this is DHS. This is our health department one.
Yeah.
And fever or sick in the last 72 hours.
Okay,
You shouldn't be out.
sick in the last 72.
Yep.
And I'm going to defer to AJ, I know, because AJ's on the quarantine, on the COVID team. AJ, do you want to grab the podium? You were in that conversation, and I think when we talked about this, did I miss anything on what we talked about or what you've heard already? Because AJ's pretty tough on this stuff. He's definitely cautious.
It's from Miami.
Really?
One of the big topics that we discussed this morning was planning for Halloween in downtown. And if Halloween was tomorrow, I think the consensus is that we can have that. In order to have Halloween, we have to comply with the executive order.
The mic's not on.
Is it on now?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
And Mayor, that's the next one up on the agenda is Halloween, but AJ, hang on one quick second. So I think we have direction on AJ, any last thoughts on the council meeting before we go to Halloween?
Yeah, we talked about when you bring a family in and they sit together, that's one thing. So if you have, 3 or 4 families that take up a row, I think you're going to get more seating capacity than you would if it was complete strangers and you only put 1 or 2 in or 2, maybe 3 I don't know how you get 6 feet if you put somebody in the middle, because they're closer, so you'd have to have one at one end and one at the other. So then that really kind of diminishes your seating capacity. But we talked about having an usher that would, do the questioning, do the temperature checks, and then regulate how, when they come in, where people sat, assure that they are in a group of, like a family member where they're exposed anyways, and we're not putting strangers together in a row. We talked about maybe putting the TV up outside if we have overflow, that we could encourage, maybe put some seating out there and encourage them, if they couldn't make it in to the meeting itself, that they would at least have, they could sit out front, watch the meeting on TV, and then say, somebody was in the meeting, their business was over and they up and left, then we could invite more people in and accommodate more citizens than if we just said, okay, this is it and we're cutting it off. Because people do come and go. I've seen that throughout my career where they come in, do their business, and then shag out of here. And we could revolve that if we had a little seating capacity outside with the TV screen. Might be a little more work for Danny, but Danny's a dedicated professional.
Yeah, we never pre-run this by Danny. We like to look at the surprise face that he has on right now.
But we do dissect every avenue. I mean, and I think we have a good collection of personalities where I think at the end, they're good, rational decisions that are made, in my opinion.
Good.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on,
Jesse.
if while we're talking about opening city council meetings in Bushbuck, we had a phase out of how we would open up the library. Have we talked about how we are going to phase opening up City Hall in its own capacity and bringing our employees back to their offices?
Yeah, we have not, but we can definitely bring that back.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing? That, this has affected my life in a lot of different ways. With, my mother's been ill, and I have a new grandson, and, it's in my best interest to try to protect. My mother-in-law lives with me. She's 86 years old. But I see, and I just want people to open their eyes because, yeah, the numbers are coming down and they're looking great. But I look around out here in the park coming in, there's a group of Miami cheerleaders cheering without masks. There's a group of people congregated on the corner, nobody wearing masks, and everybody's kind of letting their guard down. And I think that hopefully, God willing, that this Labor Day holiday, we're not going to see another spike, because I'll tell you what, El Rey in Miami, packed to the gills. I mean, I just happened to drive through town, and it was packed. Like, there was no, in my opinion, no social distancing, no 50% capacity, and I saw it everywhere. I saw it at Walmart, I saw it at Fry's, I saw it at, and you just see, like, people have had cabin fever, and they want to be done with this, but the virus hasn't gone anywhere. The virus is still here. It's because of people's due diligence that we've kind of brought it down. But if you let your guard down, we could potentially be back where we were, 2 months ago in another month if this thing gets a head of steam again. And I think the idea is to try to limit that head of steam the best way that we can. And I think I think that as leaders of this community and leaders of this city, that we have to make the right decisions, and we have to be the leaders, and we have to wear the masks and do the things to be the example for, because a lot of times it's political in nature. People won't wear the mask, and that's their decision. But I think if the masses do, then we want the businesses open. We want people to be free. We want to have Halloween for all the kids and all the, but we never thought that we would have to negotiate a pandemic. I didn't. And this has all been new. So I'm hoping that 3 weeks from now, what we did over this past weekend isn't going to come back and bite us in the wherever. I'm just hoping, because I think if we pass that test, because we can plan for events, but you just don't know what's going to happen in a week or 2 or 3. And I think that that has to factor into the decisions that we make, not only you guys, but as the COVID command team. You know, what it is today might not be what it is tomorrow. So.
Very well said, AJ. Yeah, you bet. We need to stay the course. And if wearing a mask is what opens our economy, and then so be it. But when we do these things and make these decisions, as the COVID team does, we need to do it responsible. We need to be accountable for each other. You bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to item 3B, and that is staff will provide a COVID-19 update to council regarding special events generally and discuss Halloween 2020 specifically.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, let's start with Halloween. I think that's the primary topic. The nature of the event and in the conversation we had this morning in preparation, the configuration of the event currently and the requirements by the state currently are incompatible. And we don't see how we could even do any type of social distancing with, as AJ put, 5,000 people trying to keep them 6 foot separated. They may have masks on, but it's just going to be a problem. AJ, do you want to talk about whether it's even possible, given the restrictions, to put them safely sponsor a Halloween?
We talked about how we could endorse something that we know is outside of our light parade. I think that's probably the second most populated event that the city has. I mean, it's a madhouse in downtown. And although we talk about wearing masks, they're going to be wearing scary masks and not masks that are going to mitigate the COVID-19 chance of getting it. I think that if we said today, Saturday is going to be Halloween and we're going to have it, we have to say no, that there's no way that could be done, that we can negotiate it in a safe way. But I think everything's subject to change. If the numbers continue to go down and don't spike upwards, things may change. And I think we need to have a plan in place. We talked about, well, how would it look if we did a drive-by? How would it look if, different options? And I just don't feel that, I was talking to my wife this evening, and we're not going to participate in Halloween this year, simply for the fact that it's still too hot of an item to invite all these people, strangers, to your house, and you don't know where they're at. And I think as a city, that's a huge deal to have downtown just literally packed, bumper to bumper, shoulder to shoulder, for one piece of candy as you walk down the street. I think it would be better off promoting, dividing it up in different locations. Or there has to be an alternative, and I think that's what we tried to talk about. We didn't really get into the weeds about, because we want to be good ambassadors for the city and not be that iron fist that we don't want things to happen. But on the flip side of that, we have an obligation to protect our citizenship. And I don't think that we have an answer today for how we would do COVID, but we have 2 months. Things could change in 2 months. Is it going to disappear? I don't think it's going to disappear, but maybe the restrictions get lighter where there's greater volumes of for mass gatherings instead of 50. But I watch pro sports. There's no fans. I watch college sports this weekend, and there were people in the stands with no mask and cheering, and I don't know the answer.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, a couple things that we also were not side issues, but concerns. I think we try to take our cue from what others are doing. We don't want to be first ones in the water, and we don't want to be the COVID hotspot. I did get a text from Jerry who said that if you try to put 6 foot separation between 6,000 people, you'd have a 7 mile long, candy line. So it's physically, I think, impossible to do that separation, at least trying to keep that 6 foot, even if you group the families and with the length of that. But, okay, so let's say we say, all right, we're not sponsoring Halloween. We're not going to endorse it. We're just going to, not hold it. Will the business owners come out and start giving candy? Will people just show up and start walking around in mass? I mean, will there be a unofficial Halloween event in downtown Broad? And if there is, do we step in and say this is not good? I mean, people could have their candy stations within their property outside the public right-of-way of the buildings. Kids are just going to show up and people feel obligated to get candy. And so then the idea, maybe we need an alternative event so that at least they have some place to go to. Mr. Vice Mayor, we had talked about the drive-by through the neighborhoods or something like that, or a drive-by on Broad Street. I think that if we don't have something to offer as an alternative, we may end up with that awful sensation of a rogue Halloween event in our downtown. And so these are all things that we're concerned about. And before we get too deep in the weeds on trying to figure this out, and there are a lot of changes, we really think this is one that we want to hear council's input as to where you are on this, because it's our first signature event coming up at the tail end. So,
Mr. Mayor, through you. Like you had said, we had talked about the drive-by. I think, as everybody knows, during Christmas and other holidays,
yeah.
we got the side-by-side teams. There's 30, 40 of those people, and I'm sure we could probably get more involved in that if we weren't going to have the downtown trick-or-treats. I think that's a fantastic idea. I think everybody would enjoy that. Stay home, and then all the side-by-sides go by your house and then deliver the candy right to the kids.
So the side-by-sides would have the candy, the kids would come up from their
front yard or whatever, and then all the side-by-sides would go up and down every street, probably multiple times, and hand that out. I think that'd be a fantastic alternative to the downtown trick-or-treat.
And I do have an inkling to worry about when you mix kids with vehicles and things like that, but they would, and so anyways, I think we'd have to make sure that everybody stays in the yard and the side-by-sides are orderly and things like that.
Well, we do that, like I said, at Christmas.
Oh, that's right, okay.
So it's
Yeah, but that would be on,
It's already happening.
Yeah.
It's just a different holiday.
but it wouldn't be just Broad Street, it'd be through all the neighborhoods.
Right.
Just Broad Street,
No.
all the neighborhoods.
all of
Okay,
it is. Right.
okay, good.
Well, that would be like Santa Claus, because he's real
I think
busy
it'd be a
at Christmas,
blast.
making all the rounds. I think maybe if we designated, certain areas
Broke it
that
up.
we're for sure gonna hit, because Santa Claus, like, he's got it down. This is our first go-around. I think if we identified a couple of streets, then, not a couple of streets, a lot of streets.
Every street.
But I don't know if we could do every street.
I think we could.
I think we can get enough.
Why not?
There's a lot
Charlie
of
Brown,
streets.
dude.
All right, well, I'm not gonna argue with it, but there's a lot of streets.
I think it would work very well. And we're already budgeted for this, so.
Yeah, no,
Why not?
and we can get contributors. The other thing is, streets might want to register and say, our street is, we would like to invite. We can guarantee that we'll have kids out, saying, we're ready. If you come by, we'll supply the scary kids.
I think it'd be fun.
Mr. Mayor?
Ready?
No, that sounds like a really good idea. I'm just kind of thinking outside the box a little bit. So if we do something like this, are we going to stay within city limits, or are we going to go outside the limits? Because some people might get offended if you don't go by their street. So just something to think about. I'm not trying to throw a wrench in this, but, if we want to,
If
we want to please our community, it should be the community as a whole.
they
So-
designated the streets, and if, following what Paul said, if they were to say that this is the street that we could go on, then if there was parking spots on the street, maybe then the people that don't live in the city could go and park on the streets and get candy then. I don't know, that's an idea. So,
Get the town of
It's an
Miami
idea.
and the county up.
It's an
Yeah.
idea.
Get them involved.
Right. Get everybody involved.
yeah.
These are tough times, so
Yeah.
get everybody going.
And I know that the Downtown Association may want to, participate. It's a partnering event with them. Round up, there are enough people with side-by-sides that we'd have enough deliverers, and I'm sure there'd be lots of, decorations on them. It might be something that it's a new way of doing this, but I think we should probably maybe do some research and come back in 2 weeks, because if we're going to do this, we're probably going to need to put together, have to start get out there sooner rather than later. And I guess we probably do get a lot of I've always heard that families from the people who grew up in Globe and then moved to the Valley, but they come back just to hang out and experience this. I don't know where those people would go who just want to take part, who don't have an actual residence here, but we don't want to turn them away. But we got to make sure they stay separated. And I don't know. I don't want to bite off too much more than we can chew, but I think getting the neighborhoods to help rally and help us out, that would be the initial part. So let us bring something, if that's council's pleasure, that we work on a drive-by.
I'm not sure where I am with it. I think that, the numbers are coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's getting real optimistic, but, I don't want to risk getting COVID-19 at my age.
Yeah. Well,
That's my concern. But I can understand needing to do something for
Mm-hmm.
the community. But boy, we really got to plan it real close.
Yeah. And I don't know how it's going to go and what's going to, but I know if it's going to work, we got to start pretty soon. And at least we just say, hey, we're jettisoning the idea of, we're done with the idea that Broad Street's going to be a walking Halloween. We're going to do a drive-by Halloween, even if, the vaccine comes out and everybody's cured. We're going with the drive-by. And we put all our eggs in that basket and then see how it turns out.
Why don't we suggest to the public to send in ideas or
Mm-hmm.
thoughts, okay, over the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Take a look at them.
Yeah, anybody out there and anybody wants to volunteer or anything like that, send your comments to council@globeaz.gov.
Could you designate parking lots such as the county, the school districts, like those different schools where they would then park, and then somebody with a mask would then go and with gloves and hand them the candy or whatever have you,
You
and
might
then
be
they
able to use venues.
yeah, and then
Football field,
they could leave and new ones could come in and
Espagawa.
I think we need to promote something like, rather than Walmart scary masks that don't protect you at all, and to have like a scary, a mask with a scary face or something where the mask is twofold. It's not only your mask for Halloween, but it's also maybe have a contest for the best one or the best five to promote people wearing masks. Because what you don't want to do is expose the people that are on the 4x4s to everybody that they're encounter through that night that aren't wearing masks, because that kind of defeats the purpose as well. I don't know, just a thought.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think Shelley has a live one.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I do have a comment from Molly Cornwell on behalf of the Historic Downtown Association. She would like me to read the post on their Facebook page. She says the following Halloween block party event information is what was originally planned for 2020 prior to the COVID-19 outbreak. Please carefully watch updates as to see if this even will move forward as planned. We are taking this day by day on the decision side, wanting the safest and healthiest holiday during the global pandemic. Decisions will be made based on both CDC and community recommendations. Thank you for being both patient and understanding. And she did state that we, as the Downtown Association, would appreciate being invited to the table to discuss our long ongoing event. Remember, people have to touch the candy. So that's from Molly. I do have two other.
Yeah, and so I do believe, I didn't know where this conversation was going to go. I was hoping but obviously we'll reach out to Downtown Association, Molly.
Yeah,
and
we
then,
need to involve them with it.
Yeah, and make sure, and we're partners in this. So, and then you have two more?
I do have another comment from Sherry Rice, who commented on the council meeting. At last count, there were 20 watching the meeting on Zoom tonight. There are a number of people who don't drive at night who are taking advantage of attending the meetings through Zoom. who never attend in person, I would like to see Zoom and the public attendance both available, so.
Oh, and that's good clarification. We do not intend to scale back our Zoom or our broadcast. Will always be on YouTube.
And right, I think so too. I do have a comment from Marcia Scammell. She says, Council, once you decide how you will go about seating the public, and if anyone happens to become disruptive, have AJ Castaneda standing in the back in full view. Thank you, Marcia.
So, no, so I think we have some marching orders to get with downtown and brainstorm an alternative Halloween event. Okay. Okay, good. And I will tell you that the only other we've been working with the county on a couple events. We'll talk to anyone who wants to try to bring an event forward, but we are fairly strict about the fact that you have to meet CDC guidelines and state guidelines, and not many other than there was a motorcycle event out at the state fairgrounds that we're moving forward with. There's no one attends it. It's just a club that gets together. Like Shelley, I know your family participates at, and they have a very detailed social distancing plan. But the main thing about that is everybody there's no spectators. It's only people, participants. Participants have, the organizers have very strong control over the participants. They can just bounce them out if anybody doesn't do anything. So that one looks like we're going to be approving. I can't remember if we've done the final approval on that. That's one event, and I think it's in late September, early October. But an event that allows more than 50 people to attend is problematic right now. And so on other special event. But I will say, anybody who has an idea or wants to, find out what the criteria is, we'll take special event applications, we'll review them in COVID, we'll review them in special events, and then we'll give feedback. Even if it's no, we'll tell them why and what we're looking for, and if things change. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, unless there's any questions, that's all I have, other than Shelley's mic needs to be closer.
Any other questions or comments? We'll go to consent calendar. Matters listed in the consent calendar are considered be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to remove a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration. Item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $342,938.82. Consideration of approval of council minutes. Globe City Council, May 26, 2020, meeting minutes. Consideration of agreements of less than $25,000. Consideration to approve a permanent loan agreement of a brass plaque dedicated to the memory of archaeologist Irene Vickery between City of Globe and Besh Begal Museum and Gila County Historical Society Museum. Consideration of recommendation of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission to approve the sign for Pretty Kind Boutique located at 386 North Broad Street. Consideration to appoint Leora Hunsaker to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. And consideration to approve the final plat of Mundo Ranch and Estates, a replat of a portion of Lot 14 of the Fullwood Place final plat, case number S-20-01. This is a 5-lot subdivision with dedication of right-of-way and easements for ingress and egress for public utilities. Do we have anybody from the public, the staff, or council that would like to review these on a separate vote?
Mr. Mayor,
Mike?
I just have a question on agenda item 4F that could be answered real quick, without having to go through any.
Well, we need to pull it off to speak to it.
Yeah, let's pull it, okay.
Let's pull it then.
Yep, that's fine.
4F.
Any other ones like to see pulled? Fernando, any that you see need to be pulled?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion that we pull item F for further discussion and approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion, a second for consent, to approve the consent agenda minus 4F. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. So we'll go back to 4F. Mike, go ahead.
Chris, I just not sure where this is located at. This is,
This is in up Reese Canyon,
okay,
and in between, go to the top of Solace Road, and the hillside that runs down to Reese Canyon Road. This was a one large piece of property owned by the Solace family, and it started off as a simple 3-lot or minor land subdivision, but we found that there were houses on there that did not have dedicated right-of-way easements to their houses. So those were created. We found a city water main running on the edge of this property that didn't have a dedicated easement for that, so that was added to this. So because of all the elements that fit into this, Dana, our zoning administrator, he felt it would be best if we just replatted this as a subdivision to include all the right-of-ways that were needed and clean up the maps for future use.
and the Solis family is okay with this and everything?
I'm sorry?
The Solis family is okay with all
Yeah,
of
they're
this?
the ones promoting this,
They're the ones promoting it?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, I have a question too. Then the infrastructure is all there up on Solace Hill. Do we have that, or is that going to have to be extended into this additional subdivision up there?
No, it's already, all the houses already have all the utilities. It was a city water main that ran from the top of the Solace Hill all the way down to Reese Canyon Road, and simply just did not have a legal easement for that city main. So it was marked on the maps and stuff to give us the legal easement for that lot. Mr. Solis has been, he's up in Flagstaff, and he's been very supportive of all of this, and yeah, he's been a real pleasure to work with on this.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mike. You want to motion that one then?
Yeah, Mr., where's it at? I would make a motion to approve case S-2001, final plat of Mundo Ranch and Estates, as presented today.
Second.
We have a motion, a second for approval of 4F. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. New business. Item A, discussion and consideration of Ordinance 865, an ordinance to amend the City of Globe, Chapter 14, Section 14-96-96 by adding 14-9-6-F, habitual offenders, and approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation for approval. Shelley, can you read Ordinance 865, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance number 865, an ordinance of the City of Globe, Arizona, amending the Globe City Code by amending Section 14-9-6, procedures for conditional use permits, and adding Section 14-9-6-F, habitual offenders. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I believe all the members of the council have been involved in doing they've all been, everybody's been involved in the conditional use permits for taking a business that is allowed in a certain zoned area, but because of the nature of the business, certain conditions are required for us to allow that business to run. The issue that has come up is in a situation where the conditions that are placed on the business owner to operate their business are not being met. They're failing to comply with the conditions set up at the very beginning. Well, our current code did not have any, so to speak, teeth to what can we do to someone that's not complying with what they agreed that they would do in the first place in order to get the conditional use permits. So this added language gives us the opportunity to put some enforcement teeth into these conditions that were agreed to, but then were later failed to be met. These conditions would only come in after two separate incidences where they failed to meet this within a 2-year period. And then, but, you know, at the very start, it would start off with warnings. Okay, here's your first warning. And then second time, it could be a citation, but failure to comply with this completely would result in having to hold a public hearing and essentially take their conditional use permit away from them. So they couldn't offer it, they just failed to comply after repeated warnings and even a citation. We would be forced to protect the people that we're trying to protect, the neighboring properties, with these conditions. We'd be forced to shut the business down if they never did comply with this. So this is, hopefully, we don't want to see anybody shut down. Hopefully the warnings after the first time, the warnings after the second time would work. But eventually something's going to have to happen if the neighboring property owners are being put through unpleasant situations. Is there any questions?
So these are specific to conditional use permits, and right?
Yeah, this is just for conditional use permits.
Can you give us an example of a history of a conditional use permit?
Well, I don't want to use any current ones because.
Or just,
So let's say, for instance, you had some sort of business where you're only allowed to work within certain hours of the day because of noise, because of certain things. And you were supposed to stop work at 6 o'clock at night. Well, here it is, 9 o'clock at night. They continue to work and make all this noise, and they're just not following the conditions here. And you say, please just stop at 6. Please stop and just do what you agreed to do when you established your conditional use permit. But if they end up failing to do that, then it may end up being a citation. They fail after that, then it could be that they just would have to have their conditional use permit taken away.
yeah, and I think that's important that we explain that, because I think our code enforcement person would be the one handing out those citations, but we need a method that we continue to, that is used every time. So it is a warning citation or whatever it is, but at least give, some teeth to that to be able to move it forward consistently.
Exactly, Mayor.
Fernando, you had a question?
I did. When I was reading that ordinance and the modification, I guess the question kept coming back to my head was, let's say, for example, we have a habitual person who's not complying or business not complying. and now they hit their 2 and they're within their 30 months or 30 days to correct. Does that reset that 2 years, or is it still 2 years? They make it, they correct it, they get through 2 years, and now you got to start the whole process over, or how does that work?
That's, I think that would be a call on if they said that they were going to continue to stop, continue to quit working at 6 o'clock and not neighbors at 9 o'clock. And then after they went through all the processes and any 30-day suspensions or any of that stuff, and they started doing it again, that wouldn't be a stop of the clock. That would be further violations of the same offense.
Right, but let's say, because I'm assuming it's 2 years from the start of the process, right? First complaint, you're looking at a 2-year window.
Process.
What happens when they get to month 25? Do they just start over?
No, it would. I think the first offense would be the start of the clock, and then after within, if it went 2 years and 1 day, then it would be a first offense again because it's written at 2 years. But if they went a year, they made them, they messed up again, and they were issued another warning, then that would be the second one within a 2-year period. And then any further violations after that within a 2-year period would be a third violation.
Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Within a 2-year period of the second violation, or the most recent one.
Exactly.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, I think you would have to have a over 24 month and 1 day hiatus of any violations before you would reset the clock. Right. If they could go 25 months without any violations, now they're back to a first violation, second violation, and then a habitual. So if they can get 25 months under the belt. And I also wanted to remind council, these are people who came to council and promised this council that this would not happen. This smell, this lighting, this sound, this traffic, whatever it might be. They said, no, we can work with our neighbors and we can fit in. Trust us, and trust but verify. We need to have the ability that that if you can't do it, then your CUP goes away. And so it's something that they agreed upon in the beginning, and it shouldn't be that much of a problem for them to be responsible for that.
I think it's these small details that, like Fernando was saying, that we need to have worked out, that we need to have them in writing and understandable, so if we go out to enforce this code, there is no changes. This is the way it is for this 2-year period. So these small details make a difference in understanding.
So then, Mr. Mayor, members of council, if we can move this forward, this is first read, and then we can have a implementation document added to this. There'd be administrative implementation as to how we would do that.
Yeah, so my concern was that it wasn't clear. And in most contracts, ambiguity goes to the person who's contesting the policy. So if it's not clear, then they're going to say, well, it's 2 years from the first infraction. And then that could buy them lots of extra time and lots of extra excuses. And I just felt like if the language is more clear that it's from the most recent infraction, then I think that is what we intended to do.
Any other questions, comments?
Attorney Hassel, Mayor.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I agree with, a permit. The permit, in a sense of every word in any kind of a business structure, is a granting of a condition of providing service or running your business. And, there's, with that are compliance measures, and that's what we're talking about. if a business doesn't comply with something that they agreed upon at the very beginning, and the city doesn't have any mechanisms in place to enforce those commitments, then I think we're going to be in a worse situation than really having to explain why you're getting a citation. And I agree with Councilman Shipley that, all the details need to be laid out, just like the details were laid out when the permit was issued. With that, Mayor, I motion that, if there's no more comments or questions, I motion that we move this planning and zoning recommendation to approve ordinance number 865 forward to the next meeting for, I guess, another review of the details and possible consideration for approval.
Second.
We have a motion, a second for approval of, or move forward, ordinance 865 to the next meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item B, we have discussion and consideration of ordinance 866, an ordinance to amend section 8-2 of the city code, adding section 8-2-4, requirements for vendors and peddlers business license. Chris.
You want Shelley to read
Mr.
them?
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Ordinance number 866.
Sorry.
An ordinance of the City of Globe, Arizona, amending the Globe City Code by amending Section 8-2 of the City Code by adding Section 8-2-4, requirements for vendors and peddlers business licensing. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. This is another ordinance to change the city code, and this is to add some clarification to the business licensing section of the code, for clarification of the people getting licenses and the staff that are issuing the licenses. This adds special language that allows transient vendors and peddlers to actually legally get a license to do business within the City of Globe limits. The section 824 lists the things that are required for to get the license, but the real excuse me, I'm sorry. The problem before was the difference between a peddler's license and a business license. And this clarifies it, where everybody that does business in the City Globe has to have a business license. But if you are a transient merchant, then you would be required to have a business license and the peddler permit. And then along with the written permission of the property owner, and if they're food-related businesses, proof of a Gila County Health Department approval. Any questions on this?
Yeah, Chris, say that again. You have to have a business license and what in addition to that?
This was the interpretation of Bill Sims after looking at our business license code. That Paul has some.
Yeah, let me, Mr. Mayor, members of council, what we found was something that was not plainly obvious, and it says this in our business section 8-1-2, which is business licenses. This article is enacted solely to raise revenue for municipal purposes and is not intended for regulation. And that is the goal of a business license, is to document so that we can track their TPT collection. It is not for oversight. And so if somebody were to have a code violation, we wouldn't go in and pull their business license, we would just do the code violation. Then you go to the 8.2, which deals with peddlers, canvassers, and transient merchants. And the purpose, 821 says, the purpose of this article shall be to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of the city by means of investigation and regulation of peddlers, solicitors, canvassers, and transient merchants. And that is the purpose of a peddler's license. I'll call it peddlers or transient merchant. And so we were thinking it was one or the other, and there was confusion on that. It is actually both. All businesses, anybody who's profiting from the city of Globe exists as a cluster of people that are clustered because we provide fire, sewer, water, police protection, and a business, can take advantage of that. And so you're inside city limits, we want to collect our share of that tax revenue that is duly done. And now if you're a transient business, who's looking out after making sure that there's that you're safe, that you're in a location that's appropriate, that you're not offering for sale something that's inappropriate. The peddler's license is to make sure that you're following the law, you're not endangering the health, safety, or welfare of the people. And so this clarifies that for a transient peddler or canvasser, in addition to get that license, you need to have a copy of the current business license, and that is something that you can get for $50 a year. Written permission from the property owner, where the peddler intends to conduct business and sell goods. You end up with a peddler on property if that property owner doesn't want you there, but we're issuing you a permit to be there. We ask you the location. And so we're giving you a license to be at that location. I think it's due diligence that we determine whether you're legally allowed by the owner of the property to be at that location. And then there's what about the health? What if you're selling tamales or you're selling whatever? Have you gone through the process? Are you using a commercial kitchen? Have you gotten your Gila County Health Department approval? And so those are 3 additional requirements needed for the peddlers that we're asking to include in the code.
Yes, you go ahead.
Thank you. I've got a couple questions, Paul.
Sure.
So, requiring them to get a peddler's license and a business license, I'm trying to work it in my head right now what you just said. And so, if a Girl Scout's selling cookies outside of Fry's or Walmart, and Michelle sees them, she's going then to ask them if they have a business license and a peddler's license? Because and the reason I ask you this is because, so prior to me becoming on council, Michelle was doing her job.
Can we not personalize this?
Well, okay. Well,
Okay.
code enforcement then was doing her job, doing their job, and they came to my house after I called my insurance company, and the insurance company sent Safe Light out to fix the window, and code enforcement came up doing their job and said that Safe Light needed to purchase a peddler's license, which floored me because why are we going to prosecute somebody that my insurance company that I've already paid taxes to, that the state's already gotten those taxes, the city's already gotten those taxes. Safe Light then pays taxes to the state and it gets distributed, whatever have you. But it was the understanding of the code. The way the code broke down was that because they came into the community, into our city, they had an obligation, taxable liability, whatever you want to call obligation to pay those taxes to the city. So it gets wishy-washy for me. Where do we stop this? I mean,
How do we enforce it?
Yeah, how do you enforce it? And do you go to the Maytag repairman? And then pretty soon does word get out that don't go and repair anything in Globe, Arizona, because you're going to have to pay a $20 peddler's license and get a business. And then you have to, then we're asking them, where are you going to conduct the business? And so then if Safe Light says, okay, I'm going to come and conduct the business at this residence now, okay, that business license is only good for my property. So now they're going to have to go and get another one and let you know that they're going to be operating at this place and this place too. So it gets, I mean, it's almost like that thumb is right on them again.
On the Girl Scouts, I think that's a nonprofit, so I think that's different because it's not a for-profit enterprise. So I don't think that we would be enforcing that. For vendors coming from outside the city, I would have to read through and take a look at the transient merchant definition and see about how they fit. But historically, we have any vendor coming in doing services in the city would qualify as a transient. And I'd have to give a good answer, I'd have to get back to you on that. But I can do that before we bring this back.
Mayor?
That's what I worry about before we pass something like this.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Fernando.
We don't tax services. So, actually on your insurance, you're not buying a product, you're buying a service. So we don't tax it. It's not taxable. The state legislature has talked several times about making it taxable, but they haven't done it yet. So if it's a service repairman or something like that, then it's not taxed. And then where SafeLight, the transaction is actually done where their headquarters is at. So they're going to pay tax to Phoenix or wherever they're located. And so at the point that they come to Globe, it's just a service to install it. It's not, the transaction's already been done. So my concern is, I go back to what Jesse's saying is, how are you going to enforce that? I don't understand. You're going to go down to the popcorn guy and ask him how many bags he sold and how much tax that you should get. I mean, I don't think it's enforceable. I don't think we're going to enforce it. So you're creating something that we can't even deal with.
Well,
so I feel like if you're going to do that, then maybe set a fee for the amount of time they're going to be there. If it's a weekend or a month or however many days, and then your permit or your business license fee is based on how long you're going to be here. That might be something that's a lot more doable, and something that's, because we've had problems when I was mayor with some of these permits for some of these companies, and because we got on them and said that they had to have them, and then we didn't have the ability to process them right away, so it was kind of a problem. So I just feel like maybe we ought to think that through a little bit.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, you're asking us to, how are we going to enforce what, the peddler, transient, and those?
If you're telling them they got to pay you tax.
No, we're telling them they got to pay the fee. And
No, but the business license is to collect the tax for the sales that are conducted in the city of Globe. Is it not?
The business license, so we have the information so we can make sure that we have the information on their collection. It doesn't mean that they are paying it, but we do have the ability to give that information from the business license to our TPT auditor, and they can check on that if we so desire.
Okay, so I'm the popcorn guy,
Yeah.
and I set up in 30 different towns every year.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to figure out how many I sold in Globe so I can report back to you so I can send you money long after I'm gone.
No,
You
by
think
law,
that's
the popcorn vendor, if Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, if the popcorn vendor has a TPT license and they are selling popcorn, they have a responsibility to report to the state their sales, and so that is their violation with the state. We have the ability to do limited audits to those that we feel hit a cost benefit. I don't think we would ask our tax auditor to go after the popcorn vendor, but he does have a requirement to at least have a business license, so at least we have that information. But having a business license in no way guarantees that the vendor is paying their taxes. That's between them and the state.
But in your opening comments, that's what you said. It was the TPT that you
Collection
wanted
of
to
revenue.
know.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm just reading the code, but the TPT, the only way we can find out information about who is responsible for paying us is to have a business license, so we can have that information if we choose to audit.
And all I'm saying is I don't see that being not all that realistic. So wouldn't it be better just to set a permit fee based on, I don't know, how much time they're here? And then that way you don't worry about whether or not you're collecting the tax. They're going to be here, 30 days a year, then that's this much or that
I mean, if council wants to have a threshold where you don't have to have a business license, that's up to council.
I didn't say not have a business license. I said set the fee based on how much time they spend doing business in the community.
On the fee for the business license?
Yeah,
Okay.
for a peddler, for a transient business.
Well, no, now
And
that's a different
make
fee.
it one step. Get the peddler license, add in the permit, same time. How long I'm going to be here? 2 weeks. Okay, the fee is $12, $20, $35, whatever that number is.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, to that point, right now, a one-day peddler fee we have is stagnant at, well, it's set at $25 a day. Okay, so $25 a day, if you're going to set up in Walmart parking lot, say, and do this for, 6 months to a year, I agree that something we should look at is having a graduated fee. So let's say that an average restaurant or key shop may pay $1,000 in property tax or lease tax and all that good stuff, that the peddler doesn't have, the transient license person doesn't have to pay. But if they were going to operate for a year in Walmart parking lot, then we go, okay, maybe 600, 800 we'll give you for a year. You want to do half a year? Let's go, so let's say 800 for a year, 300 for half a year, 100 for 3 months, some type of graduated to where it's $25 a day, but you get discount for the time. So you're not going to charge $25 times 365, but you give a break as it goes up. And so that's something I think would be wise to do. So if people want to get a blanket peddler or transient business because they're going to be there for a long time, let's give them a break for being there for a long time and buying in bulk. Just like the gym thing, you can spend, I don't know what a gym membership is for a year, but for 6 months or just the day pass is going to be much more expensive per day. And that's something that we could look at, and I would recommend we look at if we have that many long-term transient licensed people.
So when we issued and said that Evolve Rentals could go into the public parking lots, and we gave them what kind of permit? Was it a business license and a peddler's, or was that a conditional use permit? I don't remember what we had given them.
Either.
So are we going to then have to go back to all of these that we've already agreed to and have them now reapply and then
No, this would be going forward.
going forward?
Yeah,
And
I mean-
so if they applied for this peddler's and business license and said, well, I'm not going to anywhere else other than the public parking lots, then they have to have written approval from you
Yeah,
at the city
yeah, the city.
to
Well, we would know that, yeah.
go there? Okay.
I mean, but
But how do you verify? Oh, you've got all these vendors that go into Walmart.
well, we wouldn't have to. They'd have to show us permission. They'd have to contact their vendors. I would assume that before they set up shop, they're talking to the owners of the property. I don't go walk into somebody's yard and start selling stuff.
Well, what do they do right now?
I don't know, but we have a vendor here.
I don't think there's any consistency in what we do right now, and our code doesn't really give any teeth to our code enforcement to really understand what's going on. I think $25 a day for a peddler is outrageous. I think, I would be more concerned, and I don't even know what a business license, but a peddler's, give them a peddler's license for a month, give it a 30 days at a time, to give them a reasonable amount to pay. But maybe have the requirements. They should have a letter from Walmart saying they are allowed on the property to peddle there. And if they're selling food or any type of food, they should have their Department of Health Services certificate visible so everybody could see. And that way our code enforcement, if they go by there, I have the letter showing permission from Walmart, I have my DHS certificate there, and then whatever we give them as a peddler. But I think $25 a day, some of these people just set up for a couple of days to sell maybe some burros or raise some money, but it's crazy to pay that much money a day if you're trying to raise some money.
In fairness, I think this council, this year, and this council and the previous council have been very much more business friendly, so I think that's another direction. An additional step we can do is to come back with a recommendation of a modification of our fee structure on peddlers and transients in the way of initial 1 day and a graduated. So the longer you stay, you discount that. And it's up to you whether you want to try to off balance so people with brick and mortar are like, hey, I'm paying the full freight And these people are undercutting me by doing that. And so this has always been seen as an equity issue, that the city doesn't show a preference for somebody who's transient, business. But I don't know if that really shakes out, and I don't want to debate that. That's just the logic behind a higher fee, is to recoup the costs that you would have gotten if the person would actually invest in the community, pull up. But then maybe that person will have such a great business, eventually they will invest in the community and rent a spot, or maybe they go to the Michelson building and do the in-between thing, a stair step. So this is all good conversation on the rate of peddler, of what we charge a peddler and those fees, and I'd be happy to come back with the process. It is a long process, I will tell you, to change fees. I mean, we're already doing the fee changes. It's almost a 4 to 6 months process, but let's start now. If we're going to change fees, let's start now.
Well, Paul, I think we also need to make it simpler for our code enforcement to say, to drive up to a vendor that's in the Walmart parking lot, that they see the components that we require within the city limits. If they don't happen, then we can shut them down. But they need to follow the guidelines, but simplify them, make them visible, so we.
Well, this simplifies
because
it.
everyone is different. We're allowing, just like the one Jesse talked about, we're allowing, maybe the guy selling burros at Walmart, he's in a different category. They need to be all in the same category, no matter what. We can't treat one vendor different than we do another vendor moving forward.
Right, and that was the confusion, because, and where the story you're talking about is the concept that somebody with a business license didn't need a peddler's license. And now, when we go back to enforcing this, which we will, the peddlers will need both a business license and a peddler's license. And so the person who just had the business license is now going to have to get the peddler's license. The person who just had the peddler's license is now going to have to get the business license. And we'll have to look at how, and so that was the confusion, and that's been straightened out now that we've gotten a clear read on this. So I think, clarity, equality enforcement is number one. We should treat everybody the same. I will say, how are we going to enforce it all? We start with the people that either we come across or are reported to us. Okay, and we get, and that type of thing. But we can, but that's it. So there's that issue on the table. We'll never catch everyone who's doing this, but if we get reports, we need to be able to go out and address those. And so then I'm hearing from council that you'd like to look at modifying the peddler transient fee, which is now just on our fee schedule, $25 per day, period. Okay. All right, and we can bring 3 models forward in that and see where you want to go.
I got one other question, if it's okay.
Mike had a question, Fernando, hold on.
Through you, Mayor, I too agree. I think $25 is insane. What if that vendor's making 30, 40 bucks a day? Selling burros, like you said. If he only gets 10 customers, all his profit's going to go right to the city, which is ridiculous. Another thing, and I own a restaurant.
Yeah.
So I'm the other guy.
Yeah.
And another thing is, Walmart, it's not Walmart, it's an empty Safeway building. They're not in Walmart's parking lot. I don't think that's part of that.
Okay.
So they're not getting permission from Walmart.
Right. Well, whoever
There's
so
nobody.
when they set up their shop, somebody owns that property.
Possibly, but I guarantee you they're not getting permission from that person. I don't even think.
But then then are we going to endorse somebody that's there improperly? I mean, so that's why I don't want to give somebody a permit to be on property they're not supposed to be on. I don't think the city wants to.
That's been going on for years.
Right, then, and it's
out on Safeway and Walmart's parking.
Right.
Then another thing I have is the farmers market. Those are vendors. I participated in that years ago. They're not paying any fees for that. They're not paying, they don't have permits or anything. And you got 30 or 40 vendors out here. So
Okay.
we're going to enforce that too?
I'll look
Because
at
that's going to fail. Because you got people selling socks, mittens, or whatever, and vegetables or whatever. They're going to take all their profit and hand it over. I guarantee you it's not getting done.
Good point.
So,
Mr. Mayor.
go ahead.
For that
Fernando.
point- Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fernando, go ahead.
So farmers and are generally exempt from the peddlers. in the state of Arizona. I don't know every state, but if,
Yes, it's
if
in the code.
you grow produce and sell it,
Okay,
then you're exempt.
so it's
Mittens
not
aren't.
just farmers at the farmer's market, first of all. I sold baked goods for 4 years. So it's, like I said, it's crafts, baked goods, vegetables, soap, you name it, they sell it.
And they're really not farmers, they're more
They're not farmers
gardeners, they're gardeners, you know, I mean,
at all. The only guy doing produce I can think of is Bob Zach and Peter Bigfoot. And that's probably it. The rest of them are crafts and other things.
Well, and one thing before we leave this agenda item, I'd like to make a list of businesses that we want to look at as to how we would theoretically apply this. The glass people was one of them, farmer's market doing farm, and farmer's market doing non-farm. So the glass installer, what was the other installer that we talked about?
I don't know.
Somebody brought up repairman.
It could be anything, like an HVAC person.
Yeah, no, they're covered, if they're doing repair and replacement, they have to charge TPT for the location of the repair and replacement.
I'd assume so does Safe Light. Don't they?
What do you mean?
Safe Light Glass Company probably has the same
Well,
policy as.
Well, and I don't know, because that was under,
It's refrigeration.
yeah. I know under construction, so any type of commercial residential construction that's, you broke a window, you got a plumber, you got HVAC. I don't know about, Safe Light is auto, and I don't know how that, so I do need to look into that.
You know about that, Fernando, Safe Light?
I know that when we do glass claims, we pay those directly to the main headquarters. So they would be paying tax wherever that is, if that's Phoenix or Chandler or wherever their headquarters is at, because that's where the transaction takes place. The only thing that takes place is somewhere else is the install itself, but the transaction has already taken place.
Is that
Okay.
really something that we should be going after? You know, they're already paying the fees through it, even though it's not in our city. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, we have Clear Advantage, and they do
Yeah.
installs outside of Globe, but I'm sure they're paying the tax to Globe. So I would say it just kind of
Mr. Mayor,
works out.
if I could.
Okay, Jesse, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question would be why you would want them to put on their business license where they're going to be set up versus where they're normally parked. So if say that somebody that does keys and they set up shop in the parking lot, why wouldn't they then put their normal place of where they take that business to every night? That's where their business is. But
that's
if
the
they
address they're probably using.
yeah, that's the address that they're using that you would end up sending mail to, or if Linda needs some, or economic development needs something, they could then reach out to them. I mean, I'm guessing on a business license right now, you'd put the address and when it expires and when it's good through.
Business
So-
license or peddler's license?
Well, business license, I mean, you're asking that they get a letter stating that they can go there and this license and the peddler's license to operate there, which is fine, but I think that at the end of the day, that's a negotiation between the peddler or the transient merchant and that business. And if the business has an issue with it, that's when they can take it upon themselves to go and call enforcement or whoever they need to say that person doesn't have right to be on my property, so on and so forth. And if they have a business license, they know, and maybe you put it in there. If you are a transient merchant or if you are a peddler, you need to have written permission to operate there, or enforcement will ask you to close up and leave. And I just have a hard time saying that code enforcement's going to go out and see this business license and then see the health inspector's license and see that this license and then see a location license. It's a lot for a business or a peddler to put on and to remember that, oh, okay, now I'm no longer in Globe. I crossed over. I'm in Miami now, so now I have to do what Miami's asking me, and now I have to put this back on to move over 5 seconds. It's a lot. So I think that if you just put it back onto the business, that entity or that peddler or transient merchant, to say, if you're not following these rules, I mean, we have rules to take business license if we so choose to, I assume, and if they're not following the right policies and procedures or codes. And we have a code enforcer that enforces our codes. So I think that we're adding more to our code enforcement's plate by saying, do you have the agreement that you can be here? I need to see that. Do you have this so I can see that? I think it just needs to be plain and simple, and this is this and this is that, and give us your address of where you go, because if code enforcement needs to get a hold of them for a citation or whatever have you, she's going to have Walmart parking lot as their business location?
No, the where they're doing business, you have the business license, let's see here, I got one right here. Business mailing address and resident of applicant. Okay, and it has a thing for location of business. But basically, it's where your mailing address is where you get your business mail. Okay, now, if that's a transient merchant, you know, who knows, it might not even be in the city, but they're doing business here and they need to have one. Now, the peddler, when you have somebody doing transient merchant, we want to, and we're going to give them a license based on health, safety, and welfare to be there, to set up. We need to know is it safe to set up? I mean, what if they want to set up in the island in you know, outside of Judy's in the center thing? We give them a license, and I mean, we need to have some type of knowledge as to where they want to be, I would think.
I don't. I think that we've given, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think
That's
that
what we're asking for is,
I think we've given them the permission to go into any of our public parking lots, and we did that
issue
with
the
Evolve. If we issue the license, it's just like any other business. They follow the rules accordingly. I'm not gonna set up a business in the middle of an island of a busy highway, because I know I might get hit. My business might not work there, or police might tell me it's time to move. So I'm gonna do what I need to do in order to make my money, but I'm gonna do it safe and appropriate. And if I'm not, there's health inspectors that come and inspect. There's code enforcement that's gonna come in. There's all these different organizations that are enforcing it. So it behooves them to follow what our guidelines are.
I'm not sure what you're asking to change.
I just don't understand why you need to know where their location is and why you're gonna
So, I
put that
mean,
on a peddler's license, or
If they- so if
and
they
then you're
come to
gonna
city-
you're gonna send code enforcement out with a paper that says, okay, we've got 6 here today and 4 over there and 3 here, and we need to go hit them all.
I mean, independent of code enforcement, if they come in for a peddler's license, don't we want to know where they're peddling? Or if they're doing transient business, don't we want to know? I mean, that might even be in the city. We don't know. I mean, if it's a city parking lot, we're like, okay, cool. Or are we okay? I don't know if we want to have businesses set up. But if they're saying that they're going to be in the Safeway parking lot, or they're going to be in Circle K parking lot, or they're going to be at the car wash, I don't know. I mean, shouldn't, when we I would think that would be a safe question to ask in the location.
Mike?
So Paul, if I'm gonna go sell green chilies tomorrow,
Mhm.
I come down to City Hall, and what do I have to do? Get a business license, get a transient license?
Both.
Okay,
No, no.
why?
The produce is,
That's why it's confusing, that's why
Well,
it's
no, well, so,
But here's
okay.
my question. Are you gonna give it to me prior to me getting a health certificate and a letter from the owners?
no.
They've gotta bring that in first? Okay.
But what's the exception, Chris, for food? Or,
no, produce is exempt from business licensing.
but the tamale's not a produce.
Oh, you said green chili.
I said green chili.
Oh, green, I'm thinking
Okay,
burrito.
but-
It's confusing because
Maybe,
Well, I mean-
that's a vendor selling.
I
You
mean,
got down at Walmart, you got a guy selling masks the other day, okay? Or
I mean, it's
Jesse,
crazy.
there's this conundrum between, if you make it you make it more precise, it makes it easier. It's easier to figure out what's going on but it's complicated. So more precise is complicated. Less complicated is less precise and hard to enforce. And so we're always trying to strike the balance in enough information so we can determine apples from oranges, but not so much information that we hinder the business.
How big
And
a problem has this been for the city?
what's that?
How big a problem has this been for the city?
Well, we just figured out that we were not being equal in our enforcement. That's why we brought this forward. Hasn't been a gigantic problem, but we have a vendor here that would like to speak. Actually, I don't know if this is a good time.
I think, Mike, each vendor is being treated, there's no consistency. So it makes it confusing, and I feel bad for code enforcement, because what do you enforce? Because there's no consistency into
And
what's
that's why we're
going
bringing it
on.
forward now, because we found out there was an inconsistency where somehow some vendors at Walmart thought a business license replaced a peddler's license, and it doesn't. And so that's why we put this together and brought it forward to get this straightened out as to, which was going to be, how we should be enforcing that. And so the confusion was on the city's behalf and what we were telling people. We fixed that, and we'll have that fixed and let people know they need both now.
Can we simplify it just by having one? Coming in and get a business license, if what Mike said, if they can't get a business
The
license?
council is desire to not give business license to certain class of people, that's fine. I mean, that's council's legislative priority to say, we're going to take all of you people and say, you have to have a business license, but you guys don't. And I don't know what threshold we use to.
I think what the mayor said is, instead of having two licenses, just make it one license.
That covers both.
Whether you're a peddler or whether you're
But
a business, and it's based on.
But a brick and mortar doesn't have.
Well, I understand. If you're brick and mortar, you're a permanent type business, more than likely, okay? And you have the advantage of being in a location, you have a building, and people like to go that way.
So
A peddler is setting up on a temporary basis, okay? But why can't you just say sales license?
Okay.
Something. You know
I
what
get,
mean?
so we
I think the confusion
We
is the
merged
fact
the
that
two.
you have two different licenses, and
yeah.
I don't know, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of.
I'm sorry. Are you going to charge them $25 and then you're going to charge them again for a business license? Because I know the business license currently, the fee structure is based off of where you are, retail or bar or grocery store or what have you. So then it's $25 per day for a peddler's license, and then we're going to turn around and then classify them into one of those and then charge them $150, $400.
That is what current code says. And this is all, like I say, I'm not creating anything new. I'm just explaining what we have currently. And that is that if you sell anything in the city, you have to have a business license, and I think $50 less, unless it's a bar or a gun shop or certain types of businesses, but primarily 50. And then if you happen to be transient or a peddler, then you have to have this regulatory so that we can keep track and make sure that you're safe, health, safety, welfare. So now, could we have a third license, which is, or just take the information from the business license?
Seen helicopters in their parking lot now. But as far as vendors, I think some of these vendors are on the Safeway parking lot, which they have no say-so. You know, I don't know if Walmart allows vendors on their property.
I don't think they are on the.
I don't, and our understanding is that Safeway, at least doesn't either, but that was a while ago, so I don't know.
Okay.
You know, but that, I think that's a big important
I
issue.
think that's why they're on that side.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're all in front of Sept. Nobody's in front of Walmart.
Right,
They're all on the
They're
Safeway
all on
side.
the Sept.
right, and, is Safeway okay with that? I don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
Don, go ahead and whatever comments you have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for, this is a great honor for me to be able here to address you. I am I am the Snow Cone Gelato. I own and operate Sidewalk Alternatives ice cream events for the last 15 years. I've been in this area for the last 8. I am in the Safeway parking lot due to COVID, okay? On my TPT, I list 35 to 40 cities within the state of Arizona. 9 months out of the year, I'm at some other area inside of Arizona doing my business, okay? The last 3 months, November, December, and January, I resell at the Globe Swap Meet. I don't sell snow cones or gelato there. I was having a problem getting my health permit, but with talking with them, they finally agreed to give me my yearly health permit. And then I came down here 5-6 weeks ago to get my city license, which I still have not received. I gave them my TPT number. I have given them my health permit number, and it's like you need authorization to be on the site Safeway. Who do I contact? I sent a letter to Safeway via email. I got no response back. City clerk tells me it's Albertsons. There's 5 vendors there that have the City of Globe license. I asked each and every one of them, how did you get your authorization? They're like, what authorization? I mean, is the City of Globe managing vacant corporate buildings? If you want us off because we're trying to run our business, well, you have a lot of truckers that park there too. You know, for overnight stay, some stay 3-4 days waiting to pick up an extra load. Are you going to tell all the truckers you got to leave? You know, $25 a day, as Vice Mayor Stapleton, we used to vend together. You know, sometimes, like today, I made $13, and I stopped selling today, closed up early just to come here. I can't afford, you know, $25 a day. It's just too much. It's, you know, when you bring out your business plan, one thing a business owner has to look at: am I going to go into a brick and mortar and have the public come to me, or am I going to go mobile to a festival or event where all the people are already at? You know, I pay a lot of money to go to some of these events. Some of these events cost me $800-900 for a 3-day event, you know. But I got 3,000 or 4,000 people, and out of that 3,000 or 4,000 people, I'm figuring I'm going to get at least 1/4 of that business, you know. So right now, that's where I'm at. I'm still waiting for my city business license, 5-6 weeks out. I don't know what the time frame is that it takes for the City of Globe to issue a business license. I was told no, not without authorization. I came back again, and I was told, oh, zoning read it wrong. We're going to give you your license. I waited a week and a half, still haven't got it. Come back down here and find out, no, we're not going to give it to you. I'm lost.
So, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, just so you know, when I talked to the gentleman, we, in knowing that this was coming to council, we put a freeze on enforcement of both business license and the vendors and the peddler's license, just so we wouldn't, and so it wouldn't be adding on to what we're doing until we get direction from council as to, and I believe that was going to be to make some modification, which I believe it is. And so I was not aware that he had not received his business license. I think I was aware that he hadn't gotten his peddlers because we were trying to modify that, and so he wouldn't need that. He won't need that until we get this straightened out.
Wow, that's interesting.
It leads me back to, are you going to tell all of those vendors, the ones that he explains that are there next to him that have a business license, are you going to go back to them now and tell them that they need authorization to be there and ask for that paper so you can put it in a file somewhere with their business application? Because when I asked you about another business, you said that they would be grandfathered in. So are these businesses now going to be grandfathered in, and then going forward, he's going to need that authorization paper, and then we're just going to forego the ones that are already there without the authorization paper? It's very muddled what's going on
Well,
right
no,
now.
I can't give you a transition plan. I think what normally, what we do, if we know that there is a change coming, the council is looking to make a change in a rate, then we kind of say, okay, who's the last person that has to pay $25 a day? So I want to look and see our ability to, to waive or push back or whatever, that amount, until we get that settled. So I don't plan on doing any additional enforcement on the people who don't pay their peddler fees until we get a clear message from council as to what the new rate would be, and then we'll probably go with that rate on the peddler's fee. On the business license fee, if you tell me we're going to change it to come look at that, because that's brand new to me right now. And so let me come back with a logical transition that treats everybody fair. But there is going to be, at some point, we'll have to go back with a new set of standards and start the implementation. And we'll have to see if there's a timeline on what they've done. If they've done a business license, if they just bought a business license 2 months ago, then it won't impact them for a long time. But if they're doing a day-to-day peddlers, I would recommend they all re-up for the new peddlers, or we just modify the fee. The license doesn't have to change, but the fee would likely have to change. Now, if we pass this, I think then it's important that we answer those questions. Do you have a health card? I mean, gosh forbid that, somebody's down there selling, apple pie that's using the wrong kind of sugar or something, people are getting sick, and it's not in the commercial kitchen or something like that. That's something we want to look out for. So I think the requirement to make sure they have a health card is reasonable to do. I think the location and then the business license, if we're going to combine it, then I think that would be worthy of a modification. If we're going to do the combined peddler business.
I'm not suggesting that's the way to go.
Oh, I don't, yeah.
Just an idea that I threw out there, because
But-
I'm really confused about the whole process.
Well, so I'm getting lots of good ideas,
Is he
so.
gonna get his business license then?
What's that?
I know you said you froze them, so is this
No,
gentleman
I'm
going to get his
enforcing.
business license then?
He should have gotten his business license, but I'm frozen any enforcement of not having a business license.
Okay.
Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. I have two things. What are we gonna do for this gentleman to get his business license? I think it should be addressed immediately. If he's
Yeah,
been trying
no,
for 5 or 6 weeks, he deserves to get that done
Yeah,
tomorrow. Second of all, you brought up commercial kitchens. It's not happening. I guarantee all those food vendors at the farmer's market don't have food handlers cards. I guarantee they don't have commercial kitchens.
well, no, I don't, all we're gonna do is see if you got a card from the county.
Actually, 9 out of 10 don't.
But if they don't, then we'll fine them.
Well, that's just it. So you're opening up a whole nother can of worms.
But is that one worth, that's
I
people.
don't know. I mean, you
No.
brought it up.
Is it a check mark on a, is it a
I mean,
check
if-
mark on a form, or is it I have to bring you a physical copy of my food handler's?
Right, food handler.
No, it's but you have one.
I have one.
What does it look like?
Just like
Just
a
a,
credit
it's just a
card.
little card. You do it on a computer anymore.
Yeah.
I have one.
Yeah, everybody has one. that
Who's
has
asked to see that?
Huh?
We'd ask to see that?
Well, they don't ask me about mine.
They don't ask.
The county doesn't come in and ask you for,
The county does, but
Okay.
the city doesn't.
Yeah.
no, the city's not, we have the responsibility with the peddlers to look at life and life safety and health and welfare of the people. And so I think it's within, if somebody's coming in the city and selling something that's poisonous or going to hurt somebody, I believe that's a worthy
I'm
enforcement.
not disagreeing with you.
So, but the way we do that, we can't go in there and tell if the tamales are safe. I don't know. We're gonna say, do you have a commercial, do you have the Gila County card? And if you do, we're like, fine, that's good. If you don't, we're gonna say, we're shutting you down until you get it.
Well, anybody can get a card, whether you have a commercial.
Now, so if anybody can get the card, then they should just do it.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, they don't have commercial kitchens.
I don't know what the.
Commercial kitchen's about
I-
30 grand.
I misspoke when I mentioned commercial kitchens. I just remember hearing that was always a gripe, but I don't know much
It
about
is a gripe because I was shut down when I was doing the farmer's market with Don 5 years ago for selling pies, for crying out loud, for Thanksgiving
No.
by the Gila County Health Department because I didn't have, my ex-wife was doing it out of her kitchen at home.
So I don't know what the requirements are to get that, as long as,
Before we do that, there's a lot of real estate on this to really go over and make sure everything's,
At what point are we
all
crossing
I's are
the,
dotted and T's are crossed.
This is more complex.
I mean,
It really
at
is.
what point are we imposing ourselves as a health official and taking away their job? I mean, we're crossing some line instead of a checklist and just saying, check this box, like do you have this certification? Yes. Do you have that? Yes.
Yeah,
So
I
if
mean,
it
if
shows
you-
up that they don't have it, you say, well, you told me you had it. You said you would have it, so you're breaking this thing. I mean, I don't think that you or your staff wants to have 70 pages that they have to file and keep on track with every peddler that comes to town.
no, I mean, if we want to, it's totally council's desire. If you want to not require people to prove that their food is safe, I'm okay with that.
It's not,
Mayor?
That's not what we're saying, but
not
Okay,
at all.
but isn't that what that
Said
says?
anybody's food was safe.
But is,
Never said
No.
that.
No, it doesn't.
okay, so so we're just going to leave it up to the health department?
That's
we do now.
Mayor?
don't we?
No, we ask. We should be asking for these cards. We should be making sure.
And that's who issues the health department. So if they have a health department card, are we gonna go any deeper? Do we have the resources to do that? Don said some comments here that really, a daily cost, I don't agree with the daily cost of $25. He just said he made $13 for the day. That's crazy. And the other comment was, are we, as a city, out there to enforce vacant, or to enforce parking lots? That shouldn't be ours. If Walmart doesn't want them there, then they should throw them out. If Safeway doesn't want them there, they should throw them out. We shouldn't, as a city, be enforcing anybody's property. We have our own property that we would enforce that on. I don't think we should be the marshals of that,
So,
in doing that. And the other thing is, we don't have the resources to continue that. If you have a food truck and you have a commercial stove in your food truck, that needs to have an annual, or every 6 months inspection by the fire department. That meets fire code. If you're a food truck and you have a stove in that food truck, it has to have an inspected certificate in every 6 months. I think we need to just simplify it and go to some kind of combined certificate. This is my opinion, with a business license, and this peddler's license just kind of blows everything out of the water. I don't
so
understand it.
is it council's desire to eliminate the requirement to find out if they're illegal to be there?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Well, we're not sure what legal to be there is. That's the
Well,
whole problem.
you either have permission or you don't.
Well, I mean,
Mayor?
is that a
I'm
requirement?
sorry.
Go ahead, Fernando.
Fernando.
Okay, so the problem is that every time you put your nose into somebody else's business, you're assuming more liability. So if we start to presume that we need to protect Safeway and keep their parking lot open because they're not there, that's not our business. And we start doing that, then we're assuming more liability, and we're taking it on voluntarily. Same thing with the health department. The health department needs to enforce the health department, not us. If they want to go down and check to see if the popcorn guy or the icy guy has the right to do that, then they need to do that, not us.
Okay.
Now, so I'm just saying we should keep this simple, and it shouldn't be something so complicated that people don't want to do business in Globe. I mean, and that's the thing. Every time you start like nitpicking these things and making it tougher and tougher and tougher, you don't think the word gets around? Do you know how many people I talk to all the time that say, don't even think about going to Globe? They're so hard to work with. The man has been here, 6 weeks, and he hasn't got an answer on his business license? Why? I don't get it. Let's not make this overly complicated. It's like, and if you're going to take your attorney's advice, where is he? Why is he not on the call? Why is he not answering these questions?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, it's a legitimate legislative decision by council whether you want to ask if they have permission to be on the property or not. And if council's desire is to not ask, we can scratch that. It's a legitimate legislative decision by council to determine whether we want to confirm that they have any type of health card from the county, and we can strike that if that's council's desire. Okay, so those two.
Well, it's the county's responsibility to check, correct?
In our code, I'm just saying, our code says that the goal of the canvassing license is to protect the health, safety, and welfare. I would think that, I hate to say this, but to check to see if they've talked to the county and have been approved by the county, whatever their standards are, I would think that would be an aspect of checking for the health of the vendor. But that's up to
I don't think
council.
we're saying to do away with that. We're saying we don't enforce it. That's up to the county. If they give them a card, then that satisfies our need, that satisfies us. If they have a health card, if they're selling snow cones, if they're selling food, and the health department's already given them a approval card, then that's as far as we should go.
No, that's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, that's as far as we should
Yeah,
go.
but what we're saying is when they apply for a license, they should show you that. There's nothing wrong with asking them if they have a health card,
Yeah,
okay?
but can we deny the license if they don't?
I would think so if they're selling food or snow cones, yes.
Yeah, okay, so
They should.
that's,
Huh?
You want the city to do that, or the county?
No, the county, if this business comes in and they want a business license from the city and they can't provide them with a health card, I feel they should have one, because how do we know if they're following, if they're following or even know the guidelines of the proper
should meet all the
procedures
requirements of the
for
license
good hygiene
first.
and food and.
Okay, so I agree with that, but there's also, what about the lady selling tamales out of the trunk of her car? She doesn't have a food handler's card. Those weren't done in the commercial kitchen.
well, I mean,
Comes up on Friday and leaves on Saturday.
She's gonna need a business license.
She's gonna need a business license for that?
if she need, if right now, under the current, yes, she would, and she would need a peddler or a thing, and
They
so.
don't have one. Like Fernando said, they're gonna say, the hell with Globe.
I mean,
On
do you,
Facebook, every day when you see everybody selling their tamales,
Yeah.
at that
I mean,
point,
I-
then you're gonna say, do you have a business license, a peddler's license, and do you have a food handler's card before? And then what happens to them? They get fined?
yeah, we would go tell them they'd have to leave, or they'd have to, I think we would close them down if they don't qualify under our code.
And how are you gonna close them down?
Ask them to leave.
And what if they tell you no, like they do now?
I
Are
think.
you gonna call the cops and have them arrested?
I don't know. I don't know what the protocol, I don't think we've gotten that far. But if having people I'm willing to do whatever council wants us to do.
Well,
Just tell me, and I'll do
Mr.
it.
Mayor.
Freddie, go ahead.
So it's obviously, we got down into the weeds on this one really, really deep. Where we're asking questions that just simply cannot be answered right now. I mean, these are off-the-cuff questions, what if, and things like that. But I think what we missed here at the very beginning is that, this code or this ordinance is to try and bring equality into that business, that type of business. We go from foods to non-foods. I don't know that we have to hash out what's food, what's non-food. That's already done. The county's already made that decision. This gentleman has his card. He's doing it properly. And for equality purposes, if you were standing next to or selling next to somebody that didn't have a card, would you not feel that somehow that other person is not being treated equally?
Yes, I would, but I also like to add, for a food vendor to get his health permit through the county, we have to show that health inspector our permit. Every event I go to, I have to show that permit. Gila County Health Department has my permit on file.
Thank you. So that said, all we're doing as a city is our due diligence to issue a license or permit or whatever we want to shape it or call it to make sure that there's equality across the board with these vendors or these types of vendors.
And simplify it.
Well, I agree. Simplify it. We talked about probably about 2 or 3 times, or maybe more. I heard about, how we need to adjust the fee structure. I agree. Let's talk about that. Okay. And I also agree that, the more we get into the weeds and get into everybody's business, then, we assume some responsibility and liability. But, when we're issuing licenses and permits, then, we're issuing liabilities. We're assuming liabilities right off the top because we're allowing that. We're saying, yes, you can do that. And if something goes haywire, obviously, we're going to have to deal with it. But this is a great conversation. And I think it needs probably a little more massaging so that we can really, understand it a little better. Fee structures, I agree with that. Let's make it business friendly. And maybe we can come back, and I don't know if this is pushing this forward or coming back with some sort of a little better structured presentation. So, because we obviously peppered our city manager with probably a little over 100 questions. And so.
And slowly coming back to me now.
And so I think this deserves some deeper discussion, and let's let our city manager go back to the table and the drawing board. And obviously this was a great conversation. Everybody had some really good comments to make, and I think overall, we're looking out for, we want to look out for these business people and the peddlers or whatever we're going to call them, because we want their business.
Yep.
And we want things for our community. So that's just my take. I just felt like we got to a point where we're asking impossible questions.
And I think it took a little longer than we thought, but I think it was an important topic that we needed to discuss because there is confusion, not only within our own code, but confusion with the peddlers that are out there too. And so we got to consider the whole thing.
And so the things that we'll come back with, obviously a graduated fee structure. Secondly, a combined business peddler's license so they don't have to do 2. And then the application process, what you want to include. If you want to include the health card requirement, if you want to prove that you have permission to be there, we can finish that conversation. And I do remember why he has not gotten his business license. And so I just want to take a quick second to explain that. There was in the mistaken belief by the city staff that peddlers or business license, one or the other. The peddlers, many of the peddlers down there were getting the business license, paying $50 a year and not being charged the $25 a day. And then we thought, well, something's wrong here, and staff came to me. Staff came to me about 3 weeks ago, maybe even 4, and was asking for a direction on that from me. And it was me that said, let me look into it, but I was slow in getting back to him, and then finally got a hold, and we put this on the agenda to do it that way. But that's when I put the freeze on it. But the idea that the business license was a workaround from getting the peddler's license, a way of avoiding the $25 fee, which he'd been very honestly paying that, and that's why I stopped the collection of that fee. But it was the idea that the holding up of the business license was because staff mistakenly believed he didn't need one if he had the peddler. But now we know that he needs both, and that's why. And he's been trying to get the peddler so he could avoid paying the $25. I'm sorry, he'd been trying to get the business to avoid paying the $25 fee, and that's why he got caught up in the transition and the discovery, and that's when I look into it. But it's not front office, it's not anyone else. It is me who they were waiting on direction, because I know Megan had been asking me this for about 4 weeks, and so it's my lack of follow-up on this.
So when does he get his business license then?
Tonight?
If I can figure out how to hack that computer.
So,
I can hand draw one.
and until we resolve whatever we're gonna
Yeah,
do,
I
there is
will-
no peddlers.
We are not gonna,
Okay.
we're not gonna
Only
enforce
daily fee.
peddler or business license requirements, and so no one will be fined or shut down for those.
Send a member of staff to deliver that to his
Good.
business then?
What's that?
Could you send a member of staff to deliver that business license, not to
Sure.
have him come back after 5
I
weeks?
mean, I'm sure we can drop it off. Okay. Did you pay your $50? Did you pay your $50? Yeah, we should get that to you.
Okay.
But the reason it wasn't issued was confusion and waiting for direction from me. And I do, as I'm sitting here thinking about all this, that was the,
That's why we need to have this conversation. Mike, did you have
If he
a?
Well,
sets-
that's-
if he
move
sets up tomorrow down at Safeway, somebody will take that business license down to him?
AJ's gonna take it.
AJ just volunteered. Attaboy, AJ.
There you go.
Okay,
That's all I had to say.
okay, thank you.
Good.
No comments?
Well, I just stood up to get some clarification on how we want to move forward tomorrow on this. And it sounds like it's, you got it.
no, yeah, Chris, I think we'll hold until we can put together, once we have council's desire for a rate, then we can move forward in charging a reduced rate based on the predictability that council's going to pass something to reduce. Right now, we won't charge anything.
Okay.
Chris, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, are we tabling this
Till we get further, yeah.
No, I would, well,
You don't need it.
Because it sounds like we're coming back with something possibly different than what the motion
probably.
says.
We can
Table it
We
and-
can table it and it'll come back anytime.
Till you get the
want.
well,
information.
yeah, I mean,
That's
and,
the best way to do
yeah,
it.
we can do that.
So, Mr. Mayor, if there are no more questions or comments, I motion that we table this item and give our manager and staff an opportunity to come back with a more defined presentation than what was read here.
Second.
So we got a motion, a second to table item 5B to come back sometime in the future. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Don, thank you for your information. It was very valuable to us to help us to determine what we're going to do in the future going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Don, thank you. Thank you. Notice Don got a special dispensation to enter the council chamber.
So we have action items now. A consideration of Resolution 1817, a resolution to abandon a portion of city right-of-way located at 300 block of 7th Street. You want to read that resolution, Shelley, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Resolution number 1817, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, county of Gila, state of Arizona, abandoning a portion of right-of-way generally located on the 300 block of South 7th Street. Is council pleased with that reading?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor,
We have, yeah.
if I could. Today I did a walkthrough with both gentlemen that are involved, both constituents of mine, with vice mayor and city manager. And it seems to be a contentious subject between the two parties. So what we've decided to move forward with is to get Dana involved, the zoning administrator, and sit down and talk with them. So at this point, if there's no other questions or comments, I motion to table 6A to bring it back to the next available council meeting.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to table item 6A. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thanks for your work, Jesse.
Item 6B, consideration of council to accept a non-matching grant with the Arizona State Library Care Supplemental Act Funding Opportunity Grant with a value not to exceed $10,000 that will be utilized to develop a virtual field trip program in partnership with the Gila County Historical Museum. Rael, is she on the,
She should be up.
I am here.
how you doing?
Hello.
Hi. So this was a grant that was brought before council on July 28th. It includes details on developing a program with the Gila County Historical Museum. The program will focus on developing virtual field trips for a variety of ages that will align with social studies state standards. The funding will be applied towards a videographer and materials such as books or handouts. There is no matching city funds required for this grant. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments? Rael, is that grant, is it available now, or is there a deadline or a timeline when you will receive that?
The performance period is September 1st, 2020 through September 3rd, 2021. So I'm guessing the funds are available as soon as they're approved.
Well, then we better make a motion.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, if there are other questions or comments, I motion that we approve acceptance of the non-matching grant with the Arizona State Library for the CARES supplemental grant with the value of $10,000.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for approval of the CARES Act grant with the Arizona State Library. Any further discussion?
Do we need to waive the rules?
No, it's an action item. This was brought before us already.
Oh, okay, I didn't remember that. Okay.
Questions? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Rael.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Item C, consideration and possible approval of amendment number 3 to contract number PS-2018-0071 with Kimley Horn and Associates for on-call electrical engineering services to extend the contract term for one additional year in the amount of $25,000 total to be funded out of account number 50-80-51234, Water Contractual Service, and account 51-80-51234, Wastewater Contractual Services. Jerry, like your background.
Oh, yes, one of our new trucks. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is simply an extension of an existing contract. We use Kinley Horn as one of our on-calls, support us in electrical engineering, both at the wastewater plant and out at Cutter. Currently, we have used them on the project that's going on out there as experts in the electronics. So we're asking that you renew their for $25,000.
Questions or comments for Jerry?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Jerry, go ahead, Freddie.
Thank you, Mayor. Jerry, so reading the background on this, I'm just a little confused, and I'm sure you can help me understand this, but, you know, we started with a 25, then we added another 25, and this is the third 25, for a total of 75. So I'm confused with the not to exceed amount versus the grand total of what we continue to apply to this contract.
But we chose 3 different on-calls. We use them all of our on-calls. Staff wishes to use them in small increments, so we use them in 25,000 or less. And currently they are doing CIP items, electrical support on them. So the money that we're actually using is out of the CIP funds. We're initially taking it out of the contractual services, which it's budgeted in. But whatever we take out of there, which is budgeted, is also saved out of the CIP items as well. So otherwise, we would be using 25,000 out of the CIP items. And we went through the process, Councilman Rios, in vetting these 3 on-calls and selecting them. So it follows our procurement code.
And so the 75 is just simply a grand total of where we are with this vendor?
Yes, yes, but there are only three, so, three extensions, so if we want to come back and ask beyond that, we'll be asking for a whole new contract.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, if there's no other questions.
Answered mine.
If there's no other questions or comments, Mayor, I motion to approve amendment number 3 to contract number PS 2018-0071 with Kimley Horn and Associates for on-call electrical engineering services to extend the contract term for 1 additional year in the amount of $25,000 total to be funded out of account number 50-80-51234 Water Contractual Services and account number 51-80-51234 Wastewater Contractual Services.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item 6C. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jerry.
Any late agenda items? On
No,
the
Mr. Mayor, we do not have any.
second call to the public, do we have any comments from either? Okay. Scheduling of meetings? None?
Nope, no changes there.
Future agenda items? Anybody have future agenda items?
I do have one, Mayor. I know that we've done a pay study previously with employees. I was wondering if we could look at a pay study for hourly employees, specific. I know that we can't do it per one employee or like whatever, but I know we had one done, I don't know how many years ago. But
Prior to I was here in 2016.
Yeah, it was back in
One that you guys-
2013, 2000, something
No, the
like
one
that.
there was one that Brent had done, we tied on to the county one.
Yeah, we paid $30,000 for that one back then, for that study.
Yeah, and that was everybody, including fire police.
That was, yeah, that was salary and that was hourly and salary. It was both.
I mean, if it's beneficial for everybody, but I'd like to see that done again.
We'll have to, if we can
Well,
get some costs, I guess, estimates as to what it
Is
will
it the
cost.
pleasure of council to seek a presentation on possibly doing a salary study?
We can. I mean, do you have a copy? I'm sorry, Mayor.
I don't have a copy of the last
Maybe
one.
he could have a copy of that study. And
Of the last one? I have a copy.
you do?
Yeah.
That study is,
Well, it's also, what, 5 years old?
yeah, I mean, we
more
don't,
than 5 years.
it's not,
It's probably about 8 years old.
it's not an active study. We've moved way beyond that,
Okay.
so. But no, I'd be happy to put together a couple of what we'd look at for a salary study.
Okay.
Okay.
I have one, I don't know if we agendize it, but we talked about forming a task force for next year's considerations for medical benefits. So I would like to get some names, get at least 3 people that we can use or are interested in doing that by the next meeting, so we can start meeting now and going out and doing some research.
Mayor, I'd like to be on that.
So I have Freddie and we have 3 actually that said they would be on it.
So we can bring forward those 3 people for,
Okay.
so it's you, Freddie, and Jesse?
Yeah, we'll have it we'll consider that and bring it up
Okay.
for the next one.
We'll consider.
I'd also like to use, if we don't, since Fernando is an insurance, we could use him as a
Outside expert.
as a specialty.
Consultant.
Yeah, consultant, whatever, to give us some direction too.
I hope you have a business license.
I did.
A current one.
Do you have a brick and mortar or are you transient?
Okay, any other future agenda items?
Mr. Mayor, I just, I mentioned this a couple meetings ago, but I would still like to see us move forward with the process on filling a vacancy.
Well, that's
council
on
vacancy.
our list.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just haven't had a chance to get that.
All right, thank you. I know it's going to take some time, but I didn't want to lose sight of that.
No, and what I'm thinking about doing is tallying up and before each meeting, or put it somewhere where you can see what's already on the list and you can see the records, because I need to have one master list of all the requests, and then you can see that, and I figured maybe that would, anyways. And I was so proud of the short agenda tonight. I thought, man, yeah, not hour and a half max. It's like,
So what happened?
I don't know. I don't know.
You brought it up.
Yeah, you opened up a can.
I'm just responding to questions. Lots of them.
So do we have a motion to go into executive session?
Motion made.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to go into E-session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Mayor, adjourn the meeting and wrap up the YouTube video. All right, are we up? Okay, so, Mayor? Okay, you're ready to take a motion, second?
Yeah,
to
I need a
adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
Second?
We have motion and a second to adjourn our regular meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Danny, thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, guys.
All right.